1 second, everybody. Seems my camera's not working here. Give me 2 seconds. Still nothing? Yo, what's up, Joey? I'm trying to fix my camera right now. I'm not sure what's going on. It's kind of tripping out. Oh, I think I know what's happening. Oh, sigh. Does this work? No, it does not. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to get my camera to work in OBS without having to stop the stream. Let me just try to restarting OBS. I really hope it doesn't kill my stream. But my camera isn't wanting to cooperate. What are we working on today? Well, I'd like to work on a couple different bugs that are out there that I want to fix. Let's code an Elixir. This is really frustrating me right now. Okay, let me just try to restart OBS. It might actually like stop the stream. I hope it doesn't. I'm gonna try to restart it really quick. Another app using the camera? Possibly. Let me see. I mean, it's on. I'm just gonna close out of every app except for OBS. Yeah, camera is on, Joey. It's plugged in. I tried restarting it a couple times too. Yeah, sometimes I just have to restart OBS. Hopefully this doesn't, if it restarts the stream, I'm going to start streaming again. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay, I think I am live. I hope. Unless YouTube cut me off. You good here? Sorry about that. I guess my I lost all the viewers. It's all good. They can come back. The real ones stayed. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Stressful start. You guys got music or no? Okay. We're just chilling today. We're going to work on some stuff. I have some bugs and stuff that I want to fix. No music? About now. Hey, see you, Joey. Take care, man. Love you, bro. Okay. Any music? You got music? Somebody said yes. Somebody said no. Just want to make sure everything's set up. Now I'm a bit paranoid. Tom, we're missing some components to replicate that example, but they should be coming soon. We'll have an example. Someone actually on the Discord made one. What have you guys been working on? Anything exciting? Okay, so there's some bugs. One of which I need to fix this. I need to fix this stuff with melt. So yeah, I'm just gonna do some stuff today. I don't have a set agenda. I'm just gonna do some stuff I would normally do, but just stream it. Yeah, it's definitely something you can start using for your new projects, Tom. What is that branch called? So this PR is going to fix like 3 different outstanding bugs regarding dialogues and touch events. So if we look at look like the dialogue, and I pop up my dev tools here, and I go on touch. When I open it, right now the click event will go through the dialogues overlay and then actually toggle this button, which it shouldn't do. So, you know, it's supposed to close it, but we shouldn't be allowing click events to go through, so they're propagating through. Yeah, Lake, I'm actually working on my personal site right now. Well, it's been in the progress for a bit now, but just haven't had the time to mess with it. But I'm using shadcn, but I've customized it a bit. I just like that it has, like, for focus styles and stuff, like it has those, it's like having a baseline to go off of. Yeah, so that's what this PR fixes. But Tomas left me some suggestions on this PR. And that's going to be... Hey, that's awesome, Chirella. Yeah, it's pretty easy once you start to get in the flow and you like learn, you know, the different props and such. It's pretty, a lot of them are pretty consistent across components. Like there's either like a value prop, an open prop. Those are really like it. Selected prop. And then of course, like customizing each one of them is another story, but yeah, they're all pretty much the same. Okay, so what we're doing here is in the dialogues create, we are wrapping this use modal. I know this is like a Reactism thing, a React syntax for like hooks, but it's how we inside of Melt differentiate, but like identify actions that are being used inside of the builder actions. So they're essentially nested actions that call their actions. And so it just makes more sense to us to, that's a bit too zoomed in. So let me just, zoom out and just increase font size. Yeah, so we have these. Is that big enough for y'all? Can you all see this? I want to make sure everybody can see, but I don't want it to be so big that I can't even work. Like that's just slightly too big. Can I go a half size? Still a bit big for my liking, but okay, 16, thank you. Or 17 is okay. I can work with this. So yeah, basically these effects are similar to how the effects work in Svelte 5, but these were made for Svelte 4 and before they even announced the effect rune. But basically these just call whenever any of these store values change, these are stores. So whenever these change, this function is run. Whenever it's going to run again, it cleans itself up. So it calls the return statement. And so basically, depending on the close outside click or the open variable or open stores, we use modal, which basically handles the outside click events right now. But eventually we want this to encompass like the escape key down and all the other modal like behavior. What's up, Paolo? What is this, React? Yeah, so we do have a dependency array, of course. But yeah. Charles, I think it just depends on what you're building. If you're building like an app for a client, I would say no. If you're building a personal project, I'd say maybe. Depends on your tolerance for like going back and refactoring. Like there's a good bit of bugs, but from what I've noticed, they're more annoyance bugs than they are like hard stop you from being able to use it. And they fixed the bug that was causing like events registered on the body to not work, which is incredible. What's your experiment with dialogues, Paolo? I saw your tweet about something with your conversation with Tomas, but I couldn't see the video. The video is kind of blurry for me. Probably because I'm on a desktop. Hey, I still say sup. I realize I'm getting old. And it's kind of scary. I've always felt like I was young, but I'm creeping up on 28 and yeah, I'm not so young anymore. Yeah, I'm a boomer now. Essentially. Hey, but I still keep up with the lingo so I can, you know, relate to the youth, I guess. Like, I know what Riz is. I know what he is, him means, you know, so I've been keeping up. Not completely disconnected just yet. Wait. What the hell did I do? Oh, I'm tripping. $38 next month? Whew. You don't have a lot of time left on this earth. I'm kidding. But yeah. I guess you're only as old as you feel, right? So I'm trying to think about how we can handle this. So I guess we just return destroy from this. So we would just call use modal in here, and we could just have an unsub modal. And this is actually in the callbacks. So I guess in this case, we could just say unsub modal, and then it would get the node open, which is going to be our open store. Close on interact outside. And then we also have our callbacks. So I can just move these up. And we want to get the dot destroy. Oops. $34. Yeah, Paolo, I'll check it out. Oh, whoa. That's pretty nuts. How are you doing that? Need a comma? Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. Comma here. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about, so we have to basically move this effect into the use modal. So what we can do is, instead of all of this, and then whenever these change, we're going to call updates. But the annoying thing is, though, is that I guess we can just pass the config. And this should, in theory, work. But I'm making this required. Actually, let me think about this for a second, because this is going to be called whenever we mount the component when the client loads, right? It's going to get these stores. Then we essentially want it to encapsulate its own state in here. Problem is, though, is that we need to pass something to this. So basically we need to like return actually, I'm calling update myself. And so in this case, update, instead of taking, I guess, the whole modal config, it's going to take the values. So this is going to be pretty trash, but let's just bear with me, okay? Why are you upset with me? Oh. Oh, whoops. Wait, this should allow me to override them, right? That doesn't merge. It doesn't make them, this type should become, oh. You guys are making me nervous right now. Maybe it does do that. Maybe I need to do this. I guess I do. Very well. Okay, return update destroy. Yeah, this is fine, I think. I don't know if we need to return the update there. Also, I don't know if this is necessary. I think it is. I think Tomas commented on this, but I think he's the one that actually added this originally. And basically what we do is we keep track of the visible modals. So when you're hitting escape, you're clicking outside and you have nested dialogues like we have here. If I hit escape, like we have to be aware that there's more than one dialogue open. So we close them in the correct order. Same thing with click outside events. So I have a feeling my tests are going to fail, but let's just see. Oof, that's a rough one right there. This is a really rough one. I think I'm stuck in a loop. Okay, so let me think about this for a second. Hate to see it. Yep. I want to say like, I feel like this should work. So we have the effect in here. We're calling updates, which should essentially recall this. Maybe it needs to be outside of that. Bet your ass we have an infinite loop in here. Maybe not. Okay. What'd it do? What's up, Zoolander? Okay. This is fine because it's basically calling it. So it has something to do with it being inside of these callbacks here. DMB in the building? What's that mean? Okay, so our tests are passing for this now. I guess because we didn't have an effect here, it wasn't like recalling that. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, that makes more sense now. Okay, so we've moved this out of here. I do kind of want to fix this. But I guess this is fine. Because we do pass different props to update than we do to the actual action itself. It is kind of weird because it's not. Okay, and I want to see if this sleep function, if it breaks things. Yeah, so we had that there because we have to wait till the modal actually populates before we try to grab it and push it to the node. I'm just refactoring, Paolo. So we have a bunch of bugs right now related to like outside click events for dialogues, like being able to click through. You can click through a dialogue right now if you're on mobile. So if I pop this mobile view open, I click on this dialogue, and then I click on this switch here, it shouldn't toggle the switch. It should just close the dialogue, but on mobile it does. We just have inconsistent behavior across various modals. So I'm trying to consolidate that into an action that can be used at all the modal components. So any component that's acting as a modal. Yeah, but this one PR is going to close 3 of them. Basically, we just need to stop prop. So what's happening is basically the event just keeps going. And I think this actually is going to be good. Now, one thing with this dialogue, I want to see. So I'm curious. I do actually, Corey. You want a sneak peek of it? The hell did I call this? Sorry if I flashbanged everybody. I also have local storage persistence. So obviously, like, local storage isn't ideal. You'd want to use a cookie, but I'm not going to put that in the library. I might add like a helper, or obviously demonstrate how to do it. But you can see it persists, but you don't have to. You don't have to save it, but you can. And it auto saves too. It has, of course, keyboard as well, which I don't think it's going to show me because I'm using Dark Reader. But yeah, keyboard interactions with it as well. So yeah, I've been working on that as well. It's coming. Okay, so yeah, I guess we need like, how many, we actually need, why is it 100? Okay, so we don't need 100. Sometimes VTest lies to you too, so you have to be careful with VTest. I've noticed that sometimes it lies to you. Why is this passing now? So confused. Hey, thanks, Nemo. Appreciate it. Yeah, once Shad adds that to the original project, I'll add it. I don't like to go rogue, if that makes sense, because yeah, I mean, you can do multiple choice. I don't know if they have it or not, actually. I don't think so, no, because they're using command, so if he does, let me know and I'll add it, but I don't think he does. Okay, so now this is passing. I don't really know what the hell happened, but this concerns me. I feel like it's going to fail during CI. But we're about to find out. It's all the use melt. Actually, use melt is just a dummy action. Oh, you're talking about here? Yeah, this is a dummy action. It basically gives you... So we're using melt's preprocessor, which transforms that use melts into... Transforms this into this. But we're using an action so that we can have types on the events. So for example, if I try to do like m dash here, you're going to see that we get type or IntelliSense for the different events that melt dispatches on these elements. If we didn't use an action, that wouldn't be possible. Shout out to Coca Koala in the chat for writing the preprocessor. Okay, let's just... Wait, why are we console logging this in production? Oh, we're not. It's during... Okay, it's pre-built, so it's fine. What do I want to do? Yeah, Matthias. It's Melt UI. I actually just made a video about it on my channel yesterday. I'm really curious because a lot of times with our tests, what happened is they'll pass like local CI, but then they'll actually fail on the runner. I'm not sure if it's like the lack of CPU that it has or what, but that's really frustrating. Yeah, Brad, if you like building and styling yourself, then yeah, I definitely recommend Melt over Bits. Yep. Different strokes for different folks. Like I personally, I always forget like the structure of things. The problem with me is I forget like where in relation to like what comes first. Is it the content or the item or whatever? And then also, you know, I don't mind control over the actual element. So I prefer the bits pattern. Yeah, exactly, Corey. Exactly. It's very, you can do some really cool stuff with Melt. Like, I think for the drawer, so for the drawer for vol, I had to customize, like this is just kind of demonstrates, I guess, the power of even just bits. Let's see here. That's the example. Drawer. The hell did I call this thing? Oh, nested root. Nope, it's root. So like here, I basically have to override the default bits behavior of how it handles outside click events for the drawer. And so I can easily do that by passing my own on outside click function, calling prevent default in there, which is going to stop melt's behavior from happening. So it's pretty cool. I want to say maybe I'm doing something with the trigger. Yeah, Arc is awesome. I love Arc. I literally switched to Mac for Arc and Raycast. Mostly Raycast. I mean, I just love the launcher. I used to be a Windows main. Okay, did I pass CI? I passed CI. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Now let's see what bugs we can fix. I know I have some bugs. I know people are waiting on bugs to be fixed. What the hell happened here? Oh, this is my fork. Hey, view's not bad though. I don't know how view 2 is. View is not bad. Okay, I know I got bugs. Yeah, of course, Victor. Also, I'm going to be moving. I haven't made like an announcement about this yet, but I'm going to be moving a lot of the projects that I maintain into this organization here. So right now I just have two different projects because it's not just me that works on these projects. Adrian Koala in the chat, if you're there. Adrian, what's up? Say hello. Helps with a lot of these projects. And so it just feels weird. And then Mode Watcher, someone by the name of Ollie, this incredible lad here, basically rewrote the entire thing. Like he started using it and then he just had like, I just built it and released it for myself to use alongside of shadcn-svelte. But then apparently there was a bunch of issues with it. And so he pretty much took it over and started rewriting stuff, and I was cool with it. I reviewed it. Everything looked great. Did a good job. But he pretty much rewrote the small little project. And so like, it just feels weird to have it under my namespace. I'd rather make it an organization. So now Ollie can be a maintainer of that project. And then other projects as well. We can give, I guess, finer grained control. So I'm probably going to be moving over like Command K, bits, form snap, shadcn-svelte, ball-svelte over to this ecosystem. But with that, we have to move everything to Cloudflare pages. Because I don't want to pay Vercel. Not that I want to pay Vercel $20 a month. I would happily do that for the organization. But the fact is that every time I want to add an admin to manage like the project itself for the site, for that org or for that package, there's now a $20 cost to that as well. Whereas the Cloudflare, I know Vercel has sponsorships, but they haven't reached out to me and I'm not going to reach out to them begging for handouts. I appreciate the fact that they're essentially sponsoring Svelte by paying Rich Harris, Simon, and Dom's salary to work on this full time. So mad respect to them. Where the hell is their plans? Developer platform. Yeah, so I mean, even pages, like even Cloudflare Pro, which I'd probably end up getting just because the concurrent builds, but you can have unlimited admin seats. What's up, Jeff? Yeah, like I've actually done a lot of work on that stuff with GitLab. Yeah, we don't need Pro, but we're gonna use Pro because otherwise, I'm pretty sure. Like I feel like, I guess, is it one build at a time per project or one build at a time per like account? So if there's like 10 projects underneath one account, that would be really really concerning. But Adrian's been working on an action and a revised version of CF Pages. Let's see if you have SEO yet, Adrian. Unfortunately, you don't. A refined version of Cloudflare Pages Action. So it includes cool things like the deploy summaries. What is it? Let's see. Do you have a test repo up, Adrian? I think you do. Is it private or no? It's test site. So you can see you get like the nice little thing. And this is for, we did it to support this as well as the preview. Yeah, GitLab is actually really good for CI/CD. I think it has a superior CI platform. Okay, so I think this is done. Thomas is going to review this. He might pick me to hell, but we'll see. So let's see what else we have to do. We're also working on moving Melt into a Monorepo. I'm probably gonna do the same for bits. Kind of stresses me out thinking about it a little bit, but I think it's the right thing to do. And by Monorepo, we mean sectioning each component or each builder into its own package. It might be a management nightmare, or really to set up, it's gonna be the biggest pain is getting it all set up to work fluently. But that way you could incrementally upgrade. So let's say that you already have an entire application depending on a bunch of Melt builders or a bunch of bits components, and we want to update something or we want to introduce a breaking change to one of them. Well, if we introduce any breaking change across any builder after we're at version 1, now that's a major version update. On top of that, you have to accept, if you want a bug fix in one thing, you have to accept all that comes with the other updates. And so we'd like to separate it to where each package or each builder is its own individual package. It's versioned itself. And then we'll obviously have scripts to install all of them if you want. But I think it's going to be better off like that. But I haven't begun to think too much about it yet. So let's see what kind of issues are going on with shadcn-svelte. There's been a bunch of little issues. So if you're getting issues with build errors and you're seeing like index.ts trying to be used as a path, that needs to be index.js. So something's up with your module resolution. You need to update that. But I'm going to see what this person responds with and then probably close that. Carousel. It's also a given that any feature that is in shadcn UI, I'm already tracking and we're working on adding to shadcn-svelte. This thing is, I'm probably not going to do, but someone did attempt to do it, but then they said they're not sure if it works correctly or not, which makes me kind of yeah, Radix does that too, RGT. Which at first I was kind of annoyed by, and then I'm like, wow, this actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. I guess I can do this one real quick. I said I was going to do it. Let's see. Up. So you have branch protection on. The amount of times I've meant to do git pull and I've done git push with the little short, the ZSH aliases is kind of sickening. I guess it's a feature. I don't know what the hell this is called. I'm just gonna call it form. What is it? The trigger. It's not a bug, it's a feature. What is your extension shortcut to open projects in VS Code? I use a Command T and then Command O for opening a file or folder. There's a couple of settings you have to do. Like I think I'm using like native or the built-in file explorer because I think by default on Mac it tries to default to like native, so it opens up like the Finder window, which I hate. And then you can also set a custom folder as well to open up with. I was actually messing with some of this stuff earlier. I saw a tweet where you can move this activity bar up here, which I'm actually really interested in doing, but I couldn't get it to work, so I gave up. And I just closed VS Code. Let's pretend like that didn't happen. See, actually, I like this though. I think I've talked about this on stream before, but I like, unless I'm on my 13-inch MacBook Air, I like having this open here because it's like padding. It's almost like having MX Auto on my code. So if I close that bar, my code's like over here to the left, and I'm like sitting cockeyed to my monitor. So I want to sit center of my monitor. The code is over here to the left, and I just don't like that. Yeah, it like started to hurt my neck after I was doing it for a bit. Now again, if I'm on a small screen or if I have two tabs open, then sometimes I'll close it. But it's uncomfortable to have it all the way over there. It just feels like I don't know. I also don't like whenever your classes, when I see videos and they don't wrap their lines. I don't know what it is about that. It just bugs me. Like I couldn't imagine having to scroll over all the way to see something. But I guess, again, it's off the preference and what you're comfortable with. Okay, so form select trigger. So right now we have this. And the complaint is that there's no way for you to customize like what is being displayed as a value. We pretty much just set it to whatever that value is going to be. And so instead what we're going to do is we're going to have it be a slot fallback. So if a slot isn't provided, then it's going to show this. The only thing is that this is going to break anybody that's currently using this. Well, I guess if they update the component, it'll break, but in that case, they know what they're doing. So now what's going to happen is if they don't provide a slot to this, it's going to use a select value. And honestly, I don't think people are even using... I actually may be using it somewhere. We'll find out. And then I also want to pass the value as the as a slot prop. I think I can get this here. The hell? Do you ever use the outline view? What's that? I usually use Control F. If I'm in a big file, I usually use Control F and just try to find what I'm looking for. I'm not sure what outline view is though. Okay, so now I need to see what this does. Am I doing anything with form selects anywhere? I guess I can just do a yeah, so most of the time, I imagine most people are using it like this because the value is already populated. I added that slot in there in case you wanted to add something. But what I probably originally meant to do was to do what I just did, was to make it a fallback. Because I obviously want people to be able to customize what's being displayed in here. But right now, with the current implementation, as Bertrand brought up, like you're kind of stuck for one with the slot being on this side of the value. And then you're also like, you're stuck with the value being in there. You can't just opt out of the value being displayed. And so in this case here, this is the select form demo. If I wanted to add a separate thing here, I can now just close this. And as soon as I use a slot, I'm not going to get the value anymore, but I can still access it via the slot prop here. So I should be able to just do this here. And now when I go to the select, let's just do it. Which one is this? This is for default. Okay. I guess in this case, yeah, so in this case, the placeholder is irrelevant. And this is what's nice about snippets is snippets are going to make it easier for you to like invalidate props or make, like it makes typing the props easier. Maybe you can do it with slots right now, but I have a hard time with it. Like adding a slot or typing something if the default slot is provided versus not. I'm not sure if you can do that or not. Maybe you can. But with Svelte 5 and snippets, we can say if a children slot or snippet is provided, then this type does not exist. This placeholder will be never. Meaning that as soon as I try to add something in here, this would go red and tell me, hey, your placeholder shouldn't be used here if you're using a child. So instead we have to do value maybe is what it's gonna be like undefined. Yeah, because this is basically we're also working on, we're going to rewrite form snap. We've been trying it. What's up, Manuel? When do we think you'll be able to use shadcn-svelte without TypeScript? We were actually talking about that yesterday. Maybe I'll look at that today too. We want to support it soon. Yeah, form snap. We're going to do some with SvelteKit or Superforms v2 on the rise. Once it gets out of alpha, we're going to rewrite Superforms, or sorry, form snap. We're going to simplify it a bit. I know it's already pretty simple, but there's like 10 different ways to do the same thing. And that's just me being overly ambitious and not really understanding how people wanted to use the components. And then after about 20 different quote unquote bug reports that aren't actually bugs, that are features, people trying to like bind to the form.input, right? You don't do that. Maybe I should document it better. But the whole point of using the different form components is the fact that it automatically syncs up with that field's value, that stores value. So you don't have to do that. That's what makes the form so clean. And that, like, this is all you need down here. Like, you don't see any bindings. All you need is names, and everything else is kind of handled for you. But it comes with a lack of customizability. And so we added this headless usage, or I'm sorry, controlled usage, where basically you're able to still initiate the super form out here, have access to all your stuff, and then we kind of handle this same way. But yeah, we're gonna rewrite it, clean it up. It's quite a beast. Like, Superforms in and of itself has some beastly types. I'm sure you can imagine like what it takes to be able to infer all that stuff. But then also trying to make it generic. And that's why we have to pass in the schema, or I'm sorry. So I have to pass in the config to each one of these fields, because it needs a way to know what types or what properties are a part of this form. And that's how it's able to provide IntelliSense and type safety for the names. But it's a mess. Kind of internally, it's a mess. But yeah, we're gonna rewrite this as well. I forgot why I'm on that tangent, but it all comes down to this. Okay, so value is gonna always be a if I make this a number though, for some godforsaken reason, see, that's just what my concern is here. Is that technically how am I getting a 0 there? Is that the value, like a value of an input if it has input of type number by default? Or is that like what Superforms does? I guess if it was a number input, it's going to start at 0, which makes sense. Because like if we look at wait, does it? Okay, so I guess it starts at 0, considering that when I press up, it goes to 0. But it's not going to show me this in the DOM, I don't think. Yeah. So yeah, I use prettier. Actually, I want to make this 90. I thought I changed this. It's me. I tried binding to the form inputs. Yeah, so if you want to populate them with saved data, you have to return it in your load function with the defaults. But I think that's going to change the Superforms v2. There are definitely some changes. So no side effects for default values. Overall, there's a lot of improvements with V2. I'm actually excited. But yeah, DR Noid, that's I started to realize that you're one of many that had that desire. And so I realized it kind of wasn't as nice as I wanted it to be, where you could just kind of pass your stuff and everything just works. Finishing the stream, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, no, this is just because it's a type number. Like if I make this a date, I'd have to do like a coercion there. I think it's just string and number. And I guess I can make it like an object. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm tripping over here. It's gonna yell at me. Actually, I think that's gonna break everything. Yeah, it's gonna break things, but so really in this case, it's gonna be up to the user to determine like what the hell they're checking against. Because like I don't want to do not equal to null because, or, you know, not value, because maybe you have a Boolean value, or maybe you have 0 that's an acceptable value. Yeah, it's good that it works. DR Noid. Okay, so this, again, most people are probably not even using this, which is fine. But the option is there that wasn't there previously. Again, it's me up to the developer to determine how they're going to display that. I do need to update the other one though. And actually, I'm not even going to demonstrate this in the example because it's not the recommended easy approach. It's the more custom approach, should you decide to take that. Okay. Yeah, 100 is much better. So let me just format this entire thing. How would you use example, use enhance? Zeraki, in this case, it handles the progressive enhancement for you. Superforms has like their own enhance option. And that's applied, but you customize it through the Superforms options. So they have like the on submit, all that good jazz. hell was that? Oh. My browser's fucking spazzing out. Okay, my stream rate is still good. Stream frame rate is still good, but I think, am I still live? Okay. GitHub just doesn't want to let me edit this PR, I guess. It's fine. How were bugs arc this week? Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, I have an update, actually. Maybe I should update it in a second. It's a bit laggy right now. Like, it takes like a second to register my key presses, which is tripping me up. Choose to use the child slot of the select trigger. Oh, really? That's annoying. Yeah, it's laggy right now. It's pretty laggy. The hell is it? It's like stats or something. It's quite a bit of memory being used, honestly, and CPU. Hey, what's up, Sulkifi? What's up, Ben? Woden, what's up? How's it going, everybody? Steven, what do you mean by slows it down? Is it just like so with bigger, I guess with bigger are you like importing all the components? Are you adding all the components? If it's slowing down your editor, that happens to me with big projects as well. Like when I try to use my MacBook Air on Melt's code base, it sometimes starts to be a bit laggy. So I'd say just use the Like only install the components you need versus installing all of them. Thanks whoever's spamming that love button. I appreciate it. Placeholder if the value isn't present. In this example, where the field contains a string value, so the defaults would be an empty string. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, this is really lagging so bad. So please make the PR. Oh, the hot, yeah, Lucide icons in dev. We actually are working on that. So there's a PR for it. There is an issue with form snap that's causing, so yeah. But you should be able to do it on your own. Adrian, is this happening with form snap on everybody's? Yeah, so I know you can import icons now using like the hell? Okay, so I know that icons can be imported now, like import activity from Lucide, Svelte, icons, activity. And this is more performant. Yeah, so if you're using SvelteKit 2 and you have module resolution set to bundler, which is where you should be, then TS is going to throw a fit with form snap. Because we haven't updated form snap to handle that module resolution. And there's some type issues that are occurring. It's breaking some of the types when we try to update it. So Adrian bashed his head off the wall for what, many hours yesterday trying to get that to work. Yeah, it's coming. Okay. God, I can never search like this. I have to go back to the issue and find it. 601. This, we can't get a reproduction for this. So if a reproduction isn't provided soon, that'll be closed. Some of these are like more so like, this is a pretty big lift. Again, we have to, this is going to involve form snap being updated. Custom path for components. Not something I want to do right now. So Lucide, yeah, so Lucide. Steven, I'm not really too sure what will be causing your IntelliSense to slow down. It could be like the barrels. I mean, honestly, it could be the barrels. you could just, instead of importing them all from like one place, you can like import each one individually. But that's just too painful for me to want to do myself personally. I know Melt UI has plenty of open issues. I need to review this one. I thought they said something they weren't sure if it was the right fix or not. But not completely confident about the changes. Yeah, Ben. Which input component? If you're talking about a form input, then no. If you're talking about an input, then yes. Yeah, it's just value. But form inputs are the values handled automatically for you. Which we were actually just talking about that not too long ago. Yeah. So yeah, you're one of many people that tried to do that. That have tried to do that. So again, like the magic behind FormSnap is that you don't have to do any of that. That's kind of what I initially tried to do, because it was annoying having to go through each one and do bind value, bind value, bind value, bind value. And so internally, like here's what it's doing internally. It's kind of a beast as far as like what the hell's going on in here. And we have like an action, and we have props, and we have attributes. But basically this adder store is a record, depending on what type of element you're using. It's going to be different, because certain ones have certain properties, but it's going to have a value that gets applied automatically, and it's derived, it's actually subscribed to the value that Superforms is aware of. So all that stuff is handled for you automatically. So if I do like a, where the hell is it? Form field. Do I have the latest and greatest? Oh, this is the multi-select. So let's just go back to main. This create form field function here handles like all this stuff. So it creates a bunch of actions for all the different things that you have. It also sets context, and then has something that runs whenever whenever any of those values change. When there's an error, when there's a value update, it basically runs this function, sets the attribute store, and then updates the value of the element. You can see here, adders is val. Yeah, we actually do expose the set value function. So, handlers, I think. I haven't been in FormSnap's code base in a hot minute, so please forgive me here. I think it's a part of the field. I thought we had a set value function. Oh, yeah, we do. This is passed as a slot prop. Has to be passed as a slot prop to properly like infer the value. It's again, it's kind of like, I'm not like super proud of it. I was at first. It seemed great in theory, but then the minute you want to do something more custom, it kind of falls on its face. Oh, does it not? You can do it yourself, I guess. Yeah, so you could just do this here inside of your components and then make it a prop. Slot prop, I guess, but this would be kind of weird. You have to do it in the field, which then you have to recreate the form field, which actually has quite a bit of like this is what's inside of the form field. So these generics are what it's using to essentially infer the different types. Yeah, it's a again, we're gonna rewrite it. It was hacky to make it work. Like I spent a lot of time talking to Cisco Heat or Andreas, the creator of Superforms, just trying to get like like the IntelliSense for just determining what the type should be, the values, and then Svelte generics kind of upset me, and it might just be a skill issue on my end. But yeah, that's why it's still in preview. That's why I still flag it as preview, because I'm just like, hey, like I'm not really too sure if this is going to be a long-term thing. I wanted to make everybody aware of that. But yeah, we're going to rewrite it though for Superforms v2. Hopefully it's better. I have a better idea as what people want now. So should be a better thing. Now this PR here, there's a bug with the day period, not being able to change the day period if all of the like pre-existing numbers and stuff. So with Melt UI right now, if we go to the date field, let's go to like a number one that has a time. So if I click on this and I update it, it like changes the value, which is weird. And you can't change AM and PM unless you have all this stuff populated. Yeah, Ben. No, I think again, I think really what we're going to kind of go towards is the amount of questions I got about this, about wanting access to these, not realizing that they're all exposed as like an options prop. But there's also been like reports of like certain events not firing in there, like on results and stuff. And so I think what we're going to do is like have everybody initialize the Superform themselves. They can take advantage of the options, all the customization. It's just Superforms. And then more so handle the form components rather than trying to handle everything. And so being able to sync up like all of the different, like your description, your validation, because we have it set up now to where like the validation is only going to show if you're actually using, like the validation ID is only going to be set to the already described by of the input if you're actually using a validation component. If you don't, it doesn't show it, which is good. But yeah, less magic. I agree. I completely agree. Okay. What did they change? I guess I can just look at it here, I think. Oh, whoops. The hell, where is this? Why can't I see his commits? Whatever. This was such a pain in the ass. This getting this to work the way it works was an absolute pain in the ass. Because you also have to consider all these cases, like certain locales don't use AM PM. I'm pretty sure the US is like the only one that does. And so, and then also obviously when someone updates, you know, AM PM, it needs to obviously update the hour from 0 to 12. And I'm not sure. Okay, so this can be consolidated to one statement. See, what concerns me, whenever tests are added and they update something that was being used with a different test. Okay, what? Hey, why am I on this branch? I'm really stoned or something right now. I'm really not even on the branch. That's why my changes weren't showing up. What font? I use Cascadia code, I think. Yeah, I use Cascadia code. I want to say time zone name was a default part. Or I'm sorry, day period is a default part because there's always a day period. Like there's always a time zone name. Like these things are out of control. So when you populate a value from outside of the components, like let's say you populate it from a database, it should be able to, like, you don't pass in AM or PM. You pass in the time and it's going to get that from that. Wait, there's no way that's all they changed. Choosing to work on time zone for fun of all things is wild. Yeah, I guess. It is quite a thing. It was really fun at first, but you quickly realize how like messed up dates are in JavaScript, and then yeah, I use 24. I was in the military, so I'm like programmed now to use 24 hours. Plus, it's just not, it's easy to not get things confused. Like 5 p.m., 5 a.m. I used to set alarms. I remember I'd set alarms and I mean to set them for AM and I would set them for PM or vice versa. That was frustrating. Obviously on my Mac here, I don't have it, but my phone I do. It's 2028. Okay, so previously, okay, so let me just see this. Rebuilding. I'm just reviewing a PR on Melt's date field component to fix something. I am curious how this thing works. This was one of the trickier things, was the AM PM stuff. So I'm not surprised. Hey, Havel, have a good night. Dude. Yeah, there's a bug with it. I'm not surprised there's a bug, to be honest, even though I wrote a ton of tests. Like, there's just so many like edge cases and so many different things. So the issue was you couldn't change this without being able to, without having all these others set. Now what's weird is that it now populates 12. Like, you would expect that to not happen. This is with the PR. So it's not like fully working. And this damn page find really just triggers me. So there's a script we have to run, which is our search. The hell is it? Page find. And I'm like the worst at never building it out. And so I just deal with the errors all the time. Like, this is just... Better error log on dev. Yeah, I agree that it is a bit annoying. I know you can handle the errors and like show something better, I think, but you think it would just come out of the box? It'd be cool. It's like, yeah, when I change this, this should not update the time. And so I think this bug may have actually been a feature. Now that I remember back when I was doing this, was like the idea is that it starts out like your time period or your date period is dependent upon the time. And so like if you don't have a time, like why would you just want to edit AM or PM without actually having a time there? Because what is this actually related to? This isn't, if you don't have a time, this isn't doing anything. This means nothing. What I wouldn't expect to happen is coming here to AM and then hitting the up arrow and then having it change this to 12 from nothing. Now, if something was here, this was already working before, but this actually, let's see. Okay, so this works. Yeah, what do you all think? Like, should you be able to edit this if you don't have a time here? Your time is undefined. I'm just trying to think of a case when this would be important. Because like the reason it doesn't work in the main version is because it has nothing to change. Wait, is this how it works right now in the main version? Ooh, that's not good. So it's maybe this is another bug. So there's kind of two bugs here in play. One being that I really don't think this should populate. I don't ever drink with my left hand. Yeah, so my initial impression is that this either shouldn't do anything at all, or it should definitely not update the 12 when there's nothing here. Hey, what's up, MetaMeme? Yoink this. If no hour is displayed, updating the day period should not display I think it's gonna have this. Oh yeah, it's looped. Yeah, but then Hugo, I guess then like what is that thing there? You know? Oh, you're saying it should be like dashes? That's like another dilemma is like, I mean, I guess my thinking is this is like midnight. So like if nothing is there, it's like midnight at today is basically what it's assuming. So like I should be able to come to this and hit PM, which under the hood, it could update the value to be 12. I don't know, man. Either way, this has kind of disgusted me. This bit right here. The fact that it just like sets it to something seems unexpected. If there was a 0 here, then maybe it would make sense. But the fact that nothing is there at all, what should happen is it should actually change it to 12 when it should start at 12 now. So if I hit up here, oh, it starts at the current hour. Because it's a time field. When I change it to PM, it should not change it to 12. I'm not sure why that even happened. If it was that, I wish I maybe can meta meme, but it's kind of they're kind of all tightly coupled. Did I change something here? What did I change? Did I break that somehow by doing this? The hell? That should not have broke this. So are the tests already failing? Okay, the tests are failing. Are they failing in CI over here? Did we even run CI? So all these questions we need to ask ourselves. We didn't approve CI. Okay, so it's going to fail CI. So it's failing. It's going to fail a test. What test is it failing? Yeah, so it breaks other things. For time zones. This should actually be AM. They changed this to PM, but it should actually be AM. Because it's 10:30 AM, not 22:30. So rather than hijack, I'm just going to let him know that his thing is failing, or I'm going to approve his CI so it fails. And I'll let him continue to investigate whatever he was onto, if this thing does fail here too. What? Yo, why is this passing CI? I'm so confused right now. Okay, calendar daytime other. This is 10:30 a.m. And we're setting it to a zone time with America, New York. In what world is this PM? And why are the tests failing for me but not failing for him? Okay, so I can't even update this on this one. This is a live site, which makes sense. That's something about dates is that like tests, right? So our tests are running on our local environment. We're obviously we're doing some time zone, like getting local time zones and stuff. So we had to like set up some, it kept failing CI because we pretty much have to check this time zone, but it should be, I'm really curious why this test is failing. $10:30. So this should be AM. This should be AM. And I think they changed that in the PR. So what sucks sometimes is like you have to look out for is changes to the test like variables and stuff in a PR. I've noticed that like sometimes instead of making the PR pass the test, they make the test pass the PR, if that makes sense. So like here you can see they updated this to 10:30, which causes the test to fail because previously it was at 12:30, which was 12 p.m. And then they're doing But the question is, why the hell is this passing GitHub CI? Right? That's maybe something worth thinking about. And it likely is because the fact that it's zoned to America, New York. So I'm not sure. I imagine that it's probably that time is PM, whatever hell time GitHub is operating on, runners. But for now, I'm not going to work on this at this point in time. I'm going to let them edit that test back, which is going to cause whatever test they change to fail, and then make it work with all the tests that we're currently passing, not changing a test variable. And I'm a bit PTSD'd from date components. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I was hoping you guys would give me ideas for what to do. But I guess I'll just keep fixing, I keep trying to fix stuff. That should be relatively easy. How's the trigger at? Oh. Yeah, so this is kind of a oversight on our end, because if you put one of these combo boxes or selects by default inside a form, it's going to submit the form because the trigger's a button. Well, actually, not always. It's not a button on the combo box, it's a button on the select. But I guess it still considers select to be a combo box because of the fact that sorry. Because you can technically type in here. Okay, so we don't want to apply type button to an input. So we can just conditionally check here. So we receive the We create list box. We pass it, I'm pretty sure. Builder. We should be omitting that from the options store, are we? Yeah. They select trigger. Is he working in React? I'm working in Svelte. Whoops. Working in Svelte. Okay, and then combo box. Do we even have tests? We do. This should not have the role type of button. I thought I knew all the frameworks programming languages. I'm wrong. Hey, Svelte is pretty awesome. You should check it out. Wait, what? Oh, okay. We're not even returning the trigger for that. Okay, cool. So this never even has, this trigger doesn't even make it to the combo or to the combo box builder. Okay, so meta meme. Are you saying that by updating AM or PM, it doesn't actually update the date? Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Ben. That makes sense. That's what I was thinking it should behave. It shouldn't update the Okay, so basically we just need to, whenever we change the day period, we basically don't actually want to update the value unless a time has already been populated. Yeah, I agree with you completely. I was telling you it could be a breaking change if someone is like submitting a form with that. Already, even though technically, actually that was a bug. That was never a feature. So technically that doesn't count. Yeah, Ben, I agree. So what we do under the hood is like when you update one of those segments, right? It goes based off the current time right now, if there's not a pre-populated date. So when you start it, I mean, like it starts from when you hit the up arrow, it's going to start at the current hour rather than just starting you at nothing. Yeah, so that's I think that's what I was trying to prevent, Ben. But so technically the value doesn't get updated though until all of the segments are populated. So like you see here, if I go here and I just type up, you're gonna see that uSelected hasn't been populated yet. Let me just wait for this to reload. What's up, Mr. Mendez? What the hell's going on here? I'm just working on fixing some bugs in AUI library. Yeah, man, I'm familiar with that component. So ours behaves the same way. It doesn't actually fire a change event. It doesn't actually change. It's more of our what's changing is the presentation. So all the stuff here is just presentation. It's not actually the value. So for example, when I update AM to whatever, you can see that 9 has been set. As I update this, it doesn't have a uSelected here yet. It requires the full expected fields before it actually runs that change event. Eli, this isn't alt tab. It's I'm changing desktops, and I set what is it? Like reduced motion or something on Mac OS's settings. What sucks is it's going to apply it to certain browsers too. Like certain things in your browser are also going to have that. So for me, it's worth it because I hate the sliding. Makes me seasick because I flip back and forth pretty frequently. Yeah, so this is good. Yeah, I like it a lot. I don't really ever alt tab. I usually just use multiple desktops. but I can like easily split stuff if I want or move things around. But usually I just have one window and I will have whatever else I want on this one. Yeah, I use raycast. Yep. Hey, that's awesome to hear, Mr. Mendez. There's more coming. The resizable is coming. I just have to clean it up. And the carousel as well. Speaking of which, I think I saw something about carousel here. People were chatting about Svelte's carousel. Oh, what the hell? This is actually the creator of this project. God, I hate that when it's not a freaking new link. Metameme, it was never being unmaintained. What was happening was we hit walls with radix svelte, meaning that we were like maxing the capabilities of what we were trying to do with svelte out. And so as soon as you got to more complex components, it kind of fell on its face. Like as soon as you got to like the drop down or the select, it fell on its face. And so what happened was we go to whoops. How the hell do I unsplit this? I can't remember how to do that. I meant to put this on this. You're gonna see something funny here. Well, yeah, I mean, technically I wasn't adding things to it because we didn't have the headless components to do so. And so like, if you look here, this period here is right what you're talking about, which was July to like September. And if you notice, all of my activity was here in July because we were trying to build out the headless components to power the rest of shadcn-svelte to get it up to speed with the original. So I guess it wasn't a matter of being unmaintained, it was just a matter of needing to essentially build out an entire headless component library to support the rest of it. But yeah, worth it in the end. Everything is great. No, it doesn't use radix. It uses bits UI, which is built on top of melt, which is what I'm fixing some bugs in right now. It uses this. Okay. Shit. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, take care, Metameme. It seems like we maybe can add the carousel to shadcn-svelte, actually. I haven't investigated it too much, but it appears that he pretty much is setting his own API for it, his own hook he's creating here. Okay, very well then. We can add this. Well, I was working on squashing some bugs, but I think I'm actually going to add the carousel to shadcn-svelte because the maintainer of Embla, which is the library that the original shadcn uses, the maintainer of that mentioned here that they have an actively maintained wrapper for it, which is incredible. So we should be able to actually add this. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, and then we'll add this. Okay, we're back. Alrighty. Okay. Now we're going to use context because we're going to have to pass like some of these methods down. But how do you spell this word? Carousel. Okay. So what is Shad doing over here? Okay, so this API here is pretty much maps to, where is it? Embla API, right? Because until it's initialized, it doesn't exist, so it's undefined, which is why he's doing the optional chaining there. And adding keyboard events. Um, so it's going to take in what, like the options and the damn. I guess the API, options and API, and then we'll initialize it. We got to apply that to the. This is actually gonna be, maybe it has to be a store. Because like this isn't gonna be initialized at first. And obviously you can't just pass, can't change, once you pass like a value, this is just gonna be a value. You can't pass it into context and then it's not gonna update when this updates later on. Yeah. Maybe how I want to structure this bad boy. Guess first order business is to install. Oh, whoops. Damn. Is my internet this bad or what? Oh, I used npm. Wow. You guys let me do that? Jeez. All right. Okay. So, basically we need to have I need to know what the type of that is. How about I need to know what the event is? Okay, includes the Embla carousel type. Yes, Coco. Yes. Thank you. I didn't do the designs. That was Shad's. I didn't do the design for any of them, actually. I'm not a designer. The hell is it? Embla carousel type? No. Oh, svelte type. Is this optionally or undefined? Okay. Wait. No. Please. So the only export it's kind of annoying. So they only export the return type of the action, and like I could maybe hack that, but like I basically want this. But I didn't install this. So like, I feel like that should be re-exported from this as well. Like I need this type here. Like, I can copy it in the project, but that's kind of, I think if you're gonna use a backend as a service, I would use Supabase. Easiest to migrate away from should you decide to in the future. What the hell's going on here? Did this shit get merged? That's why you always check the issues first before you go in and start creating an issue. You know, he's putting the hammer down on this guy here. I almost created an issue without checking, but I was like, there's no way I'm the only one that wanted access to this type. Yeah, Pocket Base is cool. But I guess it depends on what you're making. Are you making like a for fun little project? Again, all of them could be used for all projects, but whatever's easiest for you to build with. Okay, so the docs have TypeScript, I guess. Missing one framework on here, right? I would imagine these are peer depth though, right? Adrian, are you still lurking? So Embla Carousel-Svelte doesn't export the Embla Carousel type. So in the docs here, they have examples for getting that type with React and Vue, where it comes from the main project, rather than the little adapter that you, or the wrapper that you install. So is there harm in installing this for purposes of getting access to that type? Or should Vite not care about it because technically we're only using a type from it and not actually a thing? Or because they're peer depths? Are we okay? I think they're, no, they're not peer depth, but they are depth. Like, I'm just curious why it can't be exported from this package, though. Like, they're using the type in this package. So it would be a matter of, I feel like, just exporting it, right? Like, export type, Embla carousel type. Like this. That's all we need. I'm not sure how I feel about installing a package just to get a type. I might just copy and paste that shit in there. You maybe can, but I'm not technically competent enough to do it. We have to rip it out of the action return. And out of that action return, we have to rip it from the event. And then from the event's params. I mean, maybe we could, I guess. Like, the hell's... Oh, I'm out of my main... Good God. Relation and conditional types. Let's see. Okay, what do I actually need? This. I just want to see maybe if I can do it without having to dig some stuff up. Embla options type. Jesus. There's no way I'm doing all this. This is going to tick me off. Try to do a TS playground, you know, it makes things nice, but I guess you have to do it in our IDE like cavemen. Okay, so this returns an action, which returns it's an object with a couple different methods. We have to get the attributes, and then we have to get the parameters of the on whatever. I think we should be able to just do it in here, honestly. So let's just say type please. Okay, so we have the action return, right? What we want is the Embla Carousel-Svelte type. We want the attributes, and then from the attributes, we want the on. What is attributes? Oh, it's a record with string any, so we're not going to be able to. Well, it's typed though, so on Embla init. Absolutely not. Okay. Okay, and then we need to do a conditional here. So, Embla carousel. Haslan, I actually have a video plan for that. I actually have a video on that. Undefined, never. Okay, but But this could potentially be undefined too, right? Absolutely not. Okay, so the attribute is in fact, I am getting the type or undefined. Okay, so let's just break this up into a couple different problems here, okay? So we have attributes. Okay. But I don't want this to ever be undefined. How can I do this? Am I doing the same thing over and over again? I'm actually a moron at this point. Okay. So I did absolutely nothing with that. By doing that, I did absolutely nothing. Okay. This could either be this or undefined. Okay. So can I not just do... I don't know. I'm feeling a bit lost here. Hold on a second. It's supposed to be helping me already. I thought I could do extends undefined. The hell is Copilot? Just kind of crack his Copilot on today. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure it out for myself first. So this type could either be undefined or the type. I'm pretty sure I can just do this. T extend undefined never T. Right? And then I can just do type whatever. Okay. I was just being an idiot. I don't know what I was trying to do there, but whatever it was not it. Okay. And then now I have this. Okay. This is very good. So now we need to access this property and then access its parameters and access the custom events parameters. Or its parameter type, the type of its parameters. And then the .detail property. Okay. So let me think about this for a second. The pressure's on, all right? If you're a TypeScript pro, you're probably watching this with shame, but it's okay. One sec. Need to get my nicotine kick in. So it helps me with these little type things, just breaking it up, because when I start trying to deeply nest things, I ended up with whatever the hell I was doing a minute ago, which was absolutely embarrassing, but Okay, now we have this. So extends oh, I don't need that, sorry. So now I have this. And then what I need is the on embla init. Okay. Now I have this. Then we can smash it all back together in a minute. What's at workspace? Ready for this? Detail. I don't need Copilot Lab. I am Copilot. Look at this. Who said I couldn't do this? I didn't say that. So let's just say, just had to think about it for a second. So now instead of doing this weird undefined thing, I have Copilot Labs. I have everything. I got the full shebang. I can't remember how to get to my extensions, but I have a shortcut somewhere. But yeah, I got the whole I only ask Copilot things when I get desperate. Or if I think maybe it's something that I shouldn't know, but I should know this. So for me, I like to just keep myself in check. So we have this now, but I think that we can make this better. So we can do like a deeply nested type. But I don't know if we should even do that. This is a oh, type workspace. Okay. Yeah, I've seen people using that. So in theory, I should be able to do this again and do type embla carousel type equals let's break this down again. So embla carousel-svelte type extends undefined, never. Embla carousel svelte type. Okay. Attributes. Extends undefined, never. I think this is where I'm breaking down. Oh. Yeah, this is not right. So I have working here, but I'm just trying to figure out why I can't do it in a single thing. Embl carousel cell type extends undefined. Never. So never. Otherwise, if this extends undefined, never. Otherwise, we should have access. I feel like right here we should have access to this. Or no. Whatever. Answer on Discord, Adrian. All right, show off. Here's the right way to do it. Non-nullable. I made my own non-nullable. Let's see. God, you're brilliant. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so now we have this. Now we can have our set context. Get context. And this is going to have the... This is going to take in the options. Which I believe is... God, they really don't help us out here with the svelte one, huh? They just give us... I can't do this, can I? I think I can, actually. This actually be the second argument, second param. Hey, Matthew, what's up? I can't believe I forgot about non-nullable. That's pretty pathetic of me, but it happens. Yeah, this is fine. I think it's gonna be optional. Oh my gosh. Leave me alone. Okay. Hey, sorry Matthew for raging when you get on stream. I'm usually pretty calm, but okay. Actually, I don't think we need options down here. Maybe we do want them. So then we can update the options and it'll update inside the action because the action will call an update. So maybe we do that. We also want the API. Yo, thanks, Mr. Mendez. Appreciate that. I'm trying to think here if this is actually, because technically we could just pass them the props, the options as props to the parents. Yeah, I think we don't need the options. I think mainly our concern here is this, but maybe we'll change our mind later. I'm going to leave the type there, but we may just need the API. We can do set context, API. Oh, whoops. Are you guys getting disconnects? I got YouTube actually says I'm wasting my own bandwidth essentially because I'm streaming at a higher bitrate than they allow me to even stream at, but yo, Mr. Mendez, I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Dude. Okay. Okay, so let's create a new component here. Nice thing is once you do it once for default, then we're good. So what are we having here? What's he got? He's got a... What are the different pieces of the pie? We have a carousel. We have a carousel content, carousel item, carousel previous, carousel next. Okay, so in carousel, this is where we're going to initialize the thing, or the action with the options. And so what we can do is, how does he have this set up? Is he exposing all these as props, plugins, ops? Yep, cool. So he has options, plugins, and all that being exposed as props to the component. He also has orientation. Why is this taking in set API? Oh, I guess you could bind to it if you wanted access to it. I guess that makes sense. Setting up all the types properly? Mike, no. I think the hardest part isn't the shadcn part. It's the primitive part. Like, fortunately, we're using Embla-Svelte, or yeah, Embla. They have a supported Svelte wrapper, but yeah, in this case, it is just the types right now because they don't export the types that are returned from the action, and we need those to properly type things out. But okay, I'm gonna export these types because, like, this is, I need these options now. So I need, okay. And actually, it's gonna be messy, but I'll clean this up once we're ready to go, okay? It's a div, so and then Shad's exposing like this the set API, but or the API method. I guess we could do that too. And we don't have to make it a writable. We can actually bind to it because, yeah, we don't have to make it a writable. The hell is slides? Okay, then we have like this SCN stuff, which, yeah. I have this class name, which can just be class. And what we'll do is we'll initialize the API. This what sucks about doing it in here is that like why I wanted bits so bad was because like we have to do something similar like this for every single one if we were using melts, because we have to pretty much make them composable. And so cluttering up all this stuff can be a bit overwhelming to people when they see this added to their project. And then Svelte 4's typing with props is the most obnoxious thing in the world. No offense. I guess this can potentially be undefined, maybe? No? Oh, it's an array. You asshole. Because it's not able to, when you assign this props to it. Offense taken. I forgot what I said, Adrian, what you're offended about, but sorry. Yo. See, the problem is like, this prop is optional to a user, right? So it could potentially be undefined. Like they don't have to pass the prop in. However, if they don't, it's going to be an empty array. However, since it's being typed as this, it is potentially undefined. So basically I have to use that type in here. Non-nullable. Like this. But with Svelte 5, they actually are able to, you're actually able to properly handle this, which I appreciate. Now API can potentially be undefined, which is good. Then we have what, an on embla init. Oh my gosh. Okay, this should type of classes is he applying over here? This div relative, okay. What is this? Oh, it's just context provider. It's also got a key down listener on this thing. Okay, what else are you doing over here? Shad. Okay, he's keeping track of the orientation because he's styling it differently depending on the orientation, which makes sense. So we're also going to take in an orientation prop that we're going to have to set to the context as well. So we're going to turn our context into an object. Problem is that like anything passed in context won't be updated whenever that prop is like programmatically changed. At least maybe it will. No, there's no way. Because it only gets the data on component initialization. So if we passed a derived value of a store as the orientation prop, now let's say it was set to like, I don't know, horizontal. Because we're not prop drilling down all the way through, because we just have a slot, all of those children don't have a reference to the orientation. So if we get the value from the context, that's not enough, because that value is going to be static. If it changes on the outside up at the top level, it's not going to propagate down after the component has been initialized. So in that case, we need to use a store, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah. Can scroll next, can scroll prev. We don't need these. Maybe we do. Maybe we could expose these methods, but okay, then he's just driving. So it's gonna be a store. He basically is using a store here too. Okay. Or a state. This can be kind of like, I don't think we need all that. Maybe we do. Let's just try it, see what happens. We can always refactor. Of course it's not, because you imported from the wrong thing. What is get context and set context? Those are basically, again, same thing as like React. So like your parent components can set context, and any children can get context using that key and then get access to all that data. It's the same thing as React. I know there's like some differences, of course, but the same idea. Except in React, like you can obviously, like they have state, like reactive state with setters. So most of the reactive values are already able to be added to context without it being an issue. Whereas with Svelte, you can't just pass a value into context. It's not going to be reactive through context. You have to have a store in order to ensure the updates propagate down, and updates can propagate up if you want. Okay, so these are going to be populated later on. So by default, they're going to be false. That way I don't have to worry about potentially having these things undefined. And so therefore now I can go here, make these optional. Orientation will be set at the top and API will be set up there. So we don't have to worry about that. And then config. Now this should be everything we want. And we do with defaults. Yeah, it is a store. You don't think we need one? Maybe I don't. That's what I'm saying. I might not need one. I may be able to just pass a function down. I just need to build it out first, and then I'll go back and refactor anything that doesn't need to be a store. Yeah, I'll be able to tell. Pretty... because these are just going to set... these are me functions that just set, but I need to be able to update these functions though. Do those get set in the actual main carousel, or they get set later on? Where are these being defined? Use carousel. No, Antonio, it's so that what are you guys trying to say? You trying to tell me to export those stores from that file? The reason that we're using context is because you can have like 20 different carousels. So if I just had like a store here that I was exporting, all of the carousels in our app would share that same store. So basically we're scoping the methods and the state to the instance of carousel that's being set up on the app. But yeah, well, I think Juana is probably right about not needing a store, but I'm going to leave it for now. Because what I think I want to do is I want to make sure that the scroll next functions update along with the you see here, like, so he's using a callback that has a dependency on the API, because the API is a state that at first it's not going to be initialized and then it will be initialized. And so when I click on scroll prev down in these different little things, I want to make sure it's trying to call the right API. But I think you might be right. I think we can probably just set it up at the top and maybe it'll work. We'll see. So like in this case, it would be a matter of, okay, we have what, scroll prev, like this. And so in this case, I think you're probably right there. That's why I said I wasn't sure about this, but no, Antonio. So with context, it's going to grab the closest one. So even if you had nested carousels for some reason, it would only grab its immediate parent. It's not going to grab its parent. It's not going to grab its grandparents' context. And so, like, I made a little thing here. Oops. So I guess a better way to visualize this is like we have the carousel context and we have all the individual carousel elements inside of this context, right? Each one of these can reach up and grab the carousel. Let's just put 2 items in here. 2 things in here that are going to be reaching up and grabbing this greater carousel state here. Okay. Well, if we had, sorry, this is a weird background going on. Okay, even if we had another carousel inside of this carousel, this carousel context would exist. And then if any of its children were trying to get the same carousel context, or we're also using those same methods, they would just be getting their immediate parents' context. Sorry, this diagram is bad. My keyboard shortcuts aren't lined up right now, but this is probably confusing as hell, but it'll make sense in a second, okay? I promise. That's how bits is working. So like if you look at bits, every single component here has this like CTX file. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm creating a new melt dialog. And setting the context of that. So that way when all these children, like the trigger, what they do is they get context, ignore the typing. I'm on Svelte 5 on this branch, so it's not detecting this, but when you call get context here, it's reaching up and getting the dialog, which is how it's able to get its trigger element from melt. And then I'm basically applying that to the element. And then also passing as a slot prop for the whole child thing. And so you can have nested dialogues. They only grab their immediate parent. Yeah, of course. Okay, so now what we're going to have is set emblem context is not defined. Do I have something somewhere that I shouldn't? Why are you being angry at me right now? Okay. Change my mind on this part. Sigh. Okay. Why are you angry? This should infer the type. Yeah, Josh, there's also a has. You can also do has. So there's has context, and then you can basically throw the error in that way. So Svelte provides that. So I could do something like if not has context, what is it? Embla carousel context. This component must be rendered. And I can also do this. I can say and so this what this will do is it'll basically check whenever one of the children components try to get the context. If it doesn't have that entry, doesn't have this symbol in its context, then it's going to throw an error, and then we can pass the name of that specific component to the get embla context we want, and it'll be like, you know, carousel.item must be used within a carousel.root component. Yeah, it's definitely nice. Now I'm definitely considering that for bits, which will also then carry over to shadcn-svelte, because sometimes people get errors, or they don't even get errors. It just silently fails. Well, they get an error in their console, but it's not really a useful message to them. It's just like, cannot get, you know, I don't know, whatever method doesn't exist. And it's like, oh, what the hell does that mean to me? I don't know. So yeah, I definitely want to improve that. Yeah, good point. Thanks for bringing that up, Josh. All right, so I think this is what we need here. What else are we doing, Shad? On this carousel component. On select. And he's updating the store. Okay. Very well. God, Svelte 5 is going to make this so much better. So much better. Okay. I don't think I even need this. Why is the API being passed in there? Oh, okay, I see you. I see now. Oh, okay. I think I see what's happening. So basically, every time the API changes, so since it's state, at first it's not going to be initialized. So at first, it's going to call onSelect, which is going to set the can scroll prev and next state to whatever this returns, which is a Boolean of whether it can or can't scroll pre next, which will in turn disable / enable the buttons to scroll, or the ability to scroll. And then he's also listening to these different events. So on reinitialization, it's going to call that function again, and it passes the API to it. So it's again going to refresh those values, those state values. In our case, can be stores. And then also on select, he's also recomputing those values. And then he's cleaning up with this. Which is basically unsubscribing to those events. Reactive statements can call cleanup functions too, right? But I feel like this is... The hell is the damn... Am I an idiot right now? Where is the $sign? $sign. Okay. Oh, I'll just call that on destroy. That's fine. Okay. So I don't think I have to... It's 10:30. All right, let's go. Gotta get this shit done. It takes in an API. Oh, whoops. So I guess I can just require all those props. I don't know what the hell I was thinking down there, but whatever. Okay. Was it a knit or re-knit? I think I have to do that on a knit too. Or no, we already have on embed knit here. So we don't have to worry about initializing. We have to worry about reinitialization, I guess. Okay. That's right. We want to make sure that once API is initialized, where it changes, I guess, we're going to re-update this. We may not need this here. Maybe I'll put this like in here. So now part of me thinks you don't even need to pass this down, but we'll see. My question is, what is this set API? Oh, if you want to bind. Okay, that's fine. They can just bind to this prop. If they want a reference to it. So set API in React land is the setter for state. Because API is a state. So let's say you wanted to get a reference to the API above the carousel. So you could programmatically do something. In this case, you can just bind to the API prop and it will update in your side of the house as well. Cool. I guess he's also handling for the case when they change, when someone programmatically changes the axis, but doesn't change the prop. Scree. Depends. But probably not. You can add it to your layout. What drew you to Svelte? Probably Remix. So before Svelte, I was using Remix. I really liked Remix a lot. Out of the other, well, I really only ever used Next.js and like Create React app. But Remix was like a breath of fresh air. Something about it just made sense to me. It just clicked with me. You have loaders, you have actions, like everything just was just so much more like defined. It almost seemed like there was just a way to do things. And I could go into someone else's code base that's using Remix and relatively easily see what the hell is going on. What data is going to be populated on the page or on the component. And then I discovered Svelte kits, I want to say maybe through Fireship. I think I just saw he was talking about Svelte in one of his videos. And I just looked at it and I saw Svelte kit and I was like, this is right before 1.0 was released. So 1.0 was in an RC. And I looked at it and I was like, wow, this looks pretty close to Remix. I liked how they separated the loaders from the file. I didn't like the idea of all that shipping in the same file. Like you have a server loader in the same file as like a client component. As you all can see, Next.js is already starting to see that those type of implications. I mean, hell, Resend of all people, of all companies, leaked an environment variable. Because all it takes is use client. You missed that? Oh, sorry. Like Svelte kit, I'm gonna make a video on this soon actually. Not on this, because I'm not a drama YouTuber, but Svelte kit protects you from doing that, as they should. Obviously, you should have some damn common sense. They're not going to prevent you from putting a server-side secret in your public environment variables, but they tell you, you know, in pretty bold letters, you know, what is going to happen. And if you try to build using a server-side environment variable or a server or a private environment variable with it being exposed in your client, your build's going to fail. On top of that, they also, you know, of course, you can't use, if you add .server.ts or you put things in a /server directory in your lib, they're not going to, it's going to fail build when it tries to build with a server file being used in a client on the client side. Yeah, Adrian. Speaking of, so Adrian told me a story about right before Svelte Kit 1 was released, he leaked. Yeah, and also I just feel like I had to jump through less hoops. Now I will say, like, again, the runes do add a bit of a bit more explicitness, which I've never had an issue with. That wasn't like that's not what I didn't like about React or Vue. Getting in mind the whole set state thing. It was more so just everything else. The effects, the 5,000 hooks that you have no clue what they do. And you have to, to be able to like look at a project and know what the hell's going on, you have to learn all that stuff. Alrighty, let's go. Let's not on to the next thing. I think that's everything. Oh, we need this orientation thing. Okay, fine, Shad. You gotta cover all these edge cases and the keydown handler. We don't need to use callback because guess what? We will have access to this. We can get access to this at that point in time. We're just gonna update the store, so we don't have to worry about this at all. We don't need a reference to these. Okay, so basically just scrolling prev and scrolling next. Svelte's gonna yell at me as soon as I try to turn this into as soon as I put a key down listener on this thing, it's gonna start screaming. Oh, I need the event. Keyboard event. Erg. What role is this supposed to be? List box? There's no way. Okay, there's no possible way. I just had it up. Wait, does it provide, is it focusable? Where are these examples at? Okay, it's not focusable. So what's up with the key downs? Why is there a key down handler on his? Why is there a key down handler on this? I'm so confused right now. Am I missing something, guys? Like obviously there's key down handlers on the buttons. That's a different story. I'm talking about the actual carousel itself. Why is there a key down handler on it? Is it even show me React events on here? I don't think it does, right? There's no way. I would be seeing there's definitely Oh, they register them all to the document or to the body, or to the document maybe. Yeah, why is there a key down handler on that? I just don't know if I'm missing something or what, but I don't really see. Maybe I guess. I have to be missing something. The hell? That just scrolled whenever I Shad, why is there an on key down capture? Is it if there's like a button in there? What the hell is this? Oh, is he delegating the events up to the damn from the buttons? I bet. Yeah, he is. That's an interesting approach. So basically, he's just listening for any click events inside of this div, and then setting it accordingly versus applying them to each of the buttons, which I feel like that might be not a good idea. I'm actually porting it to Svelte right now. Ben, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, I was just kind of confused because, like, obviously Svelte's going to scream at you when you try to add a click handler or a key down handler to a div. Like, it wants a role to be on this. But really, it's more of a on key down capture. But it's still going to yell at you. I think we can probably just apply them to the elements versus this. Because I can imagine this conflicting if you wanted to have some stuff that's not an image in there. We'll see. I'm going to take it off for now. I don't think we need this. But I could be wrong. What else we got here? We got the content comes next, I think. Or maybe it's the items or the buttons. The buttons and content siblings, or are they children? They're siblings. I guess we can just do the buttons. This is default one. Nice. what is it? Button, so that's just an alias that we use inside the code base. So like instead of it gets transformed once it gets put in your code base, but like we have the default in New York styles, right? And so it just basically brings us straight into the registry. Just another alias. It could be a $sign. I'm just kind of a weirdo and mix things up. I like it's much easier. I like the @ better than the $sign. For me, the $sign just seems like a reach. I got to reach for it. Whereas like @ slash is just so much easier to do, as I just mess it up twice there. But usually @ is like source. But in this case, it's just the lib. So it's basically the same thing as doing lib registry default. But what it allows us to do is remap all of this. Just turns into $lib / components or whatever your thing is. Really? I have to kind of stretch, but I don't use home row, so I don't do. You probably do pinky shift pointer 4, right? When I hold my hands, I press I press shift with my thumb. With my left thumb. And my hand sits in a very weird spot. I'm not kidding. So my hand sits like here. Like over here like this. Hey, but I bet you I'd smoke most of you guys in monkey type. I hunt pecs, so I don't use home row. So I just kind of go, I have like muscle memory to the keyboard. So yeah, my thumb, I use shift. Shift is my thumb, like this. Kind of hold it like this at the keyboard. And my pointer stays on around R. And then I use... I don't know how I learned that way, but I did. I was always the fastest typer in my typing classes when I was in school. All right, ready? So long ass one. Should have done a shorter one. The pressure's getting to me, guys. Okay, it's not bad, all right? 173 words per minute. Okay, then you got me. See, that's the problem is I'm peaking here. So I peak at like 130 something. I think on this new account, IS 136. But I did try like learning home row recently, last year, and it didn't work out very well for me. I seriously, whenever I looked down, I was like, wait a minute. Because I was trying to figure out how Adrian said it would be easier for him. And I'm like, how the hell is that easier? So I have to reach across with my pointer and like stretch it to get to the $sign. Like when I'm typing, let's see here. Okay, so my hand like moves though. It moves from it. So like it stays on shift. And then as I'm like going, it just moves around. My left hand kind of covers the whole left side, but it hunt and pecks. Like there's no like structure to it. Just straight muscle memory. So when I get a new keyboard or I use a new keyboard, it takes me like 10 minutes to start to be able to competently type with it. And I make a lot of mistakes still, but I'm really quick at backspacing. So I'm like fixing myself really quick as I go and makes up for it. Okay, variant outline size icon are the defaults. Yep. My thumb is on the damn shift key right now. Now you guys are making me think about it. It started messing with my head a little bit. No, I can't. No, seriously, I could probably never do Vim mode. Vim mode would actually be really hard for me. I can use Vim, like the basics of it, but I'm not proficient at it because the way Vim is set up is for like a home row typer. Or I guess I'd have to have like a custom config, I guess. Yeah, one of these days I'll do a stream with a damn... I'll get my iPhone set up with the cam or whatever, so I can have 2 cameras, and I'll show you all my hands while I'm typing, so you guys can look. It's weird. Everybody roasts me when they see it, but you know. Okay, so orientation is going to come from our prop or our context. So we can say orientation get embla context. What component is this? Next. He may roast me, but to be honest, I'm not the person he's talking about whenever he says people, you know, there's developers out there that are typing like 30 words per minute. You know, I'm at least at like 130, you know, 120, 130 when I'm really rolling. But I think at this point, like after typing this way for so long, since I can remember, again, I did try home row for a bit because I started to realize I'm like capping out as far as like, I can't get much faster. Maybe I could if I trained every day at typing faster. I think I could probably get to 150 or more. But beyond that, like getting into like the 180s, 200s, that's, you have to be a Dvorak or damn home row touch typer. Sploon or Spion, I think it's going to simplify its implementation heavily. I don't think it'll remove the need for it because there's still the desire to have like elements and stuff. And so you'll be able to accomplish, what will happen is you'll be able to accomplish the same things you can do with melt with bits via the aschild prop without having to deal with like, which is what you can already do today. But it'll definitely simplify the implementation. You'll just be able to spread everything, spread the attributes and spread the events. You won't have to worry about, although there will be complications with that because we need to tie into the life cycle of the component sometimes. So I'm interested to see how that'll play out. Like what actions give us his life cycle. We know when the node is going to mount because the action runs. Yeah, we'll see. I'm interested to see how it plays out, how it will play out. What am I doing? Carousel. What does this take in? Damn variant. Actually, Am I exporting a button props? Oh, not this shit. Okay, we'll handle that another day. I think this is probably the same, maybe? No, it's backwards. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, we got the content now. We can test this bad boy out, see what it all looks like. But I'll keep doing that. Yeah. Yep. It's same thing as dollar is like dot 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 props from React. It's like it basically just rest. Whatever I didn't declare up here. It's like I'm declaring class name. So it's not going to pass class in here as well. But I guess like here, it's not going to pass variant and size down and class down to this component. It's just going to pass anything that I didn't destructure out of the props. Or declare, I guess, in Svelte 4. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this and paste it into New York. And then update the styles. And then I need to go back and realistically probably make this look less like shit, but so right now I'm just looking at the styles because that's the only thing that changes between New York and wait. Oh, it does have a role. It has a role of region. Touche, Chad, or Shad/Chad. I guess we can do that. The hell am I doing? This is like sorry. But I guess like, I'm curious though, is that expected? Like, do we need this? Or can we just apply this function to the different buttons, which we didn't actually do? I wish. Can you explain the folder structure of the project? Sure. So we have the registry is basically all the components and all the examples that are displayed in the docs. So how you're able to go and do like switch between New York in default. You can see it flickers there for a second because it's loading that component instead of the default one. So basically default and New York are carbon copies of each other, just with different styles. So we have all the examples in here that you can see on the docs. And then obviously some cards like grouped because we have a ton of them, and we use them on the themes page. These are all different card examples. The data table as well requires some additional components like the checkbox and the actions. So we separate those out. But as far as everything else, all the examples are just in here, just hanging out. And then the UI, this is actually what's getting copy and pasted into your app. Now there's some transformations done on them. But this is what happens when you choose like your style as default. You're going to get these components. But what happens before that though is there's a script that builds the registry. Where the hell is that? Scripts. This is something that Adrian helped make less painful. Basically, it's just going to go through all the different registry UI directories, get all the components, find all their dependencies. And you can see if we actually look at the registry itself, like we're able to set like, so FormSnap is the only thing you install, but to use FormSnap, you have to also have Zod and SvelteKit Superforms. So you're able to set like a dependency array of this dependency. So whenever FormSnap is installed, we also want to install these two. When command K SV is installed, we also want to install bits UI. Because we're using the dialog in there, bits UI dialog inside of command KSV. Svelte Sonner, we want to have mode watcher to allow it to have dark and light mode. And then Volsvelte bits UI don't require any. They're standalones. But that all gets put into a static JSON that is served, that when you're using the CLI, it basically makes a request to this API and gets these components. So here's the list of all the things. And then if we go into, where the hell is it? Styles, default, New York, accordion, you can see the contents of each one of the files here. That's what gets pasted into your app. I'm not that smart, but thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't come up with this strategy here. I just learned it. Alrighty, so handle key down. So I imagine he's capturing those events because it makes it maybe a bit easier, because when I'm focused on this button over here, I can stay focused on it and still go left, right, left, right. But to be honest, it feels like it makes more sense to me to put it on the button. Because if I had something else in that slide, I would not expect being focused on something inside of that slide and pressing the left arrow key would trigger a key down event and switch my slide to the left. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out once the issues start rolling in. In all reality, I could actually just we can just do this. So we don't have to define it in one place. We can reuse it both places. So I'm moving it back up here again. And we don't need it inside of next. Like this. We'll just grab it from the context. Bada boom, bada bing. The annoying thing is having to like duplicate this twice. I mean, there's probably maybe a way that we could consolidate it, but it's probably not even worth the headache. It's basically like we have again a carbon copy of New York and default, but really they share some things. Really, the only thing different about them is the styles and the icons that are used, but all the functionality itself is all the same. Working on adding a carousel to shadcn-svelte. Yeah, Mahajit. It's not like it's a Melt has the primitives. I'm really waiting for Shad. I feel like he's going to add React Aria's combobox to it. I think that's on his list. Like, I'm pretty certain. I've seen him hinting at the idea of it. But we can have it. We're going to have it in Bits UI, so we'll be able to have it in shadcn-svelte. But again, I don't want to deviate too far from the original project, if at all. Now, obviously, if there's a bug, then I can fix that. But I want to stay aligned with the original project. Because I don't want to make assumptions on how he might style this, right? So I just want to keep it aligned. But we can provide examples and stuff using, like, once Bits has a combo box, I might provide an example that how you could implement it. It'll be straightforward. You could probably just assume what styles are going to be there. Rubik's Cube, what's up? I'm using Error Lens. I always forget to turn it off before stream. I know it's probably distracting on videos and stuff, but I like to just see the errors in line. I wish they were a bit less bright. I could probably adjust that in the settings, but I need to update New York stuff. Okay. Like, what'll be nice about Svelte 5 is I can just do like events and then do, or button events and do ... button events here. And it'll just pass the handlers down. So I don't have to do weird stuff like this. But okay, let's look at the style differences. The relative on that, I think this is the same. The same, and some of them you'll notice like are the same styles. There's like very subtle differences, so I'm going through here. I have to like make sure I'm like, did I miss something? Yeah, you can see these are the same, and then I start questioning my sanity. Like, did I copy the damn New York styles first or the default styles? I know for a fact the icons are different, so I'll have to update those. Whoops. Yeah, everything's the same, but the icon is going to come from Radix Icons Svelte. And we also need to update the registry to be New York. Okay, they're the same. Nice. guess it makes sense considering they're different buttons, right? So that's where a lot of the style's coming from, is the navigation buttons. Alrighty, so now we can actually set up an example. So we go in here to the carousel demo, and I just do this. I yoink this, go into our examples for default. I'm going to create a carousel demo. Paste all this in. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. And I don't need any of this. Well, I'll get the card. I don't need this actually either. Okay, obviously class name is not allowed. We can just replace all of those. Now we don't have any of these components because I need to actually export them. So inside of the index, I'm going to import all these components. Import roots. Actually, I can just do, shit, this is going to be kind of, place this without / context.js. The reason I'm doing this is because I don't necessarily want to expose this under the namespace of like carousel. So instead, content item so when you do like import star as carousel from whatever, you're going to have root, content, item, and previous and next. And we'll do the same thing for New York. Okay, we'll do the same thing for York. Okay, same examples. Nice. Okay, you already see this. Let's add our docs. There's 41 of you watching. What are you all still doing up? Welcome everybody to the stream. Everybody's just lurking, huh? It's cool. I'm cool with it. It's morning here. Wow. Okay, very well. Something I actually need to set up is I guess I can just do bits. I need to change that name to actually like be like links or something. Okay. Examples. There's quite a bit of examples, huh? We won't add these just yet. I'm just gonna make sure all this works. Oh no. Did I do a circular dependency or something? Hey, Christian, appreciate it. I'm having a great time doing so. Unexpected token. Where's your unexpected token? Is it this? Are you not happy about these dashes? Type writable, type readable, readable. Oh, why is it so upset? Something about this it doesn't like. Yo, what are you mad about? Adrian, your script broke, buddy. I think I broke your script. Invalid tag name. It's trying to treat this as a tag. Are we not allowed to have more than one file? No, we definitely can. Oh, this is going to be... I know, it should be okay. Yeah, it's doing something weird. It's trying to like... It looks like it's trying to damn compile this thing. Hey, Aldair, I have not actually. I was thinking about doing that today on stream, but I decided against it. I'm going to. There's actually an overwhelming number. I thought there might just be... Is that what it says? Where does it say that? Toasts are not in bits. I'll probably add them eventually, but now that I've seen how we can do it with Sonner, how we can make the store not global but still not difficult to use, I have some ideas. Yeah, but that's not. This is for something else. I guess we don't have... I don't think we're doing that with anything else, Adrian. We can use other files, right? Neil, you can see the contributing guide. But I mean, basically, like anything that has help wanted on it, help is wanted. Just don't just submit like this Fernando individual made a pretty cool example, right? They added a sidebar to the table. Now, unfortunately, like this isn't something that was asked for, nor is it aligned with the original project, which is a goal of this project. We don't want to go rogue and start having all kinds of craziness and it's not consistent between the two. Like the idea is that you could come from React to Svelte and you're going to have a similar experience over here. While this example is cool, I'm not going to replace the main one with this one. And so like we didn't talk about it with an issue first. And Leonard here was, mentioning it might be good to have a community examples repo, which is good. But I'm not going to merge this because it was just like full sent in with no discussion or whatever. Invert the condition. Oh, okay. I got you. So if it ends with .svelte. I didn't. Yeah, it's Ben, you actually were. Well, it was because of the fact that I'm not using index.ts. I'm using context here, which you were correct. But this is for grabbing dependencies, but I'm not sure why it I guess this is the first time I've used a different file than index. But good job, Ben. If Adrian wasn't here, we would have probably tried your solution and I would have hopefully figured it out. Adrian is the primary maintainer of the CLI. So make sure, you harass him with your requests for all the options. I think I was doing it manually the first time. No, we were manually defining all the components in I think Shad might still be doing that in his, to be honest. Or no, it was in the static, wasn't it? It was in the... Dude, this app is thick. Can't even see what the hell is going on. Oh yeah, this is what we were doing. No, we're still doing this. Anyways, we were basically doing it manually, where now it's recursive. Which recursively looks up all the different files, grabs them all, maps the index, maps everything. Everything's great. Until it's not. So everything built, so let's test this bad boy out. So the dev docs depend on the registry as well. So the reason I had to build all of that out before I can see it in the docs is because if I don't have both New York and default, it's going to crash. I could have stuck it on a sync, I guess, a sync route, but oh, I didn't add the damn page of the docs. God, this dev server is painful. You talk about still pain. Nice catch. What painful is having both radix icon svelte and blue side icon svelte running on your dev server. Talk about slow. Shit takes forever to start up. I have a Mac Studio. By the way, where's our carousel? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I just had to resolve the dependency, I think. Yep, it was optimizing the depth. Yeah, and these specs is slow as hell. Okay, well, our button is not enabled. So it looks like we have some debugging to do. But the nice thing is once these things are there, I can just keep updating them and it's gonna, I think it's gonna work. It'll like reflect. Did I just actually not create the proper array when I did that demo? Like, does this work? I thought I could do this. Could have sworn I could do this. It's like a spacing. Like you think about New York City, it's like cramped up, you know, like everybody's on top of each other. I'm pretty sure that's what he means by New York. But it's just tighter, smaller, tighter. You got less breathing room. It costs a lot more than the default components. You know, you might get attacked by a homeless man if you use them. But yeah, it's mostly just spacing. A lot of components are the same. Like the buttons and stuff change. But like you see here on this one, you can see it's just smaller. Length 5. This should work though, does it not? Am I incompetent? Can I not just pass an array here? Yeah, but it didn't hurt to do that though, right? It did not make it work. So I have something else that's busted in the logic. Okay. Well, let's figure this out. I think I know what it is. Like everything but the kitchen sink. It's basically just you can just slap it's a bunch of random shit on the page. I think he actually has it public on his, but Tailwind like Catalyst does it as well. You basically, it's just a place to slap a bunch of stuff. I've always thought of them as being like development. Let's see here. So if we go to UI shadcn.com/sync, it's basically a bunch of shit all on the page. But I think this is what he uses for development, because you can see how he has like toggles here. But I don't know if it's not like a public route. It is public because I can access it, but you can't get to it on the page, I don't think, unless you go directly to it. Alrighty, let's fix this thing. Yeah, I just use it for dev because I hate having to like flip back and forth to the styles. It's just kind of like a nice, I can just do this here. And this is kind of static. It doesn't actually matter, but yeah. Alrighty. So what is happening? Really, select isn't the problem. It's going to be on the init. Right? And then okay, so we're getting an object with everything. Wait, it's almost like it's just the damn disabled states. Why am I being slow right now? Oh, damn, Antonio, that sucks for you. It's good for her. I'm actually up for renewal, actually, I think in like 2 months. To get a new laptop for work. I have a damn Intel MacBook for work. I've been using my Air because it's faster than an Intel Pro. My 13-inch Air is literally faster than that thing. Okay, so our main problem is with the previous next buttons being disabled. So if we go to carousel next defaults, right, I can't do that. Like, let's just see if this works like this. Okay, it doesn't work. Am I just not rendering out enough? Am I just not rendering things out? Like, am I just being that person right now? There's no way this is actually the problem, right, guys? This works. Damn it, right when I'm trying to go to sleep, too. If you guys want to contribute, what I'll do is I'll open this PR before I go to bed. Hopefully, if it works. And then if you want to contribute to the project, you can add the other examples that Shad has on his. If you want. No obligation. I can do it tomorrow. Oh yeah, REPL. Okay. So it's something else with some logic. Likely the initialization part. So let's go back and read this docs. Oh, it's a function. Okay, so there's only one slide node. Do I have some like DOM structure set up wrong or something? Okay, so we have a div, which is our carousel. We have a double div. Okay. We have a div for the group. And that's it. So I was only picking up on one slide, one of the slides. Yeah, true. You're actually right. Sam, that's because I'm a bit slow, right? That's if you want to know the truth, that's why. No specific reason other than that's just what came to my mind, or what I saw. I'm using array 5 here. I think I could also do like each. I think this works too, doesn't it? Because technically it's going to do a dot length on this, or no? There's 50 different ways to do it. All right. So what's our issue? Is it the fact of these buttons being disabled? Did I already try that? Give me a second. Let me just I was really hoping this will just work, you know? I think I have to ask Crackadon tomorrow. Okay, so we cannot scroll whatsoever. It's like we almost don't have anything over there. I feel like I should be able to see the other slide, right? Yeah, I should be able to see it. So it's like just not, it's just not displaying it. That's my issue. That's what I'm thinking is some of the damn nodes. Same thing though here, same structure. Do I need like a... Well, no, the elements, like the elements there, but I should be able to see it. It's invisible. Like the elements in the DOM. It's over here, but it's just invisible. But I should be able to see it. Yeah, it exists. It's just not See, but you would think I would see more than just one slide node, right? Because I have 3 slides, but I only see one slide node when I console it. So in theory here, we should see the other slides not in view, if anything, right? Did I remove reinit? Did I remove that? When did I remove that and why the hell did I remove that? Okay. Didn't seem to make a difference. Yeah, so if you look, we just have one slide node. It's because it's grabbing the immediate children. So watch this. If I get rid of this, it's gonna make it look stupid, but okay, that's definitely not it. Very well. Carry on. Okay. Nope. Yeah, so I should be seeing more in view, right? It doesn't run. I'm just going to call this and just see what happens, okay? Nothing. Very well. Carry on. See, they have an effect on this. Like in this example here, I should be able to see the side. I should be able to see the nodes, right? They're showing here access API. That's exactly what I'm doing here in the on and it. Well, let's just try it here. One slide. Why can't I even see it though? Because overflow is hidden. Right? Which makes sense, I guess. Let me audit the styles again. Make sure I'm not missing something stupid. Relative. Relative. Overflow hidden. Flex. Flex. No, this is one slide here. This is the second slide. Like it's there. This isn't. So I turn overflow hidden off, but it's like it doesn't register them, so it doesn't actually slide. Almost like it's I think I have an idea. Let's find out. It doesn't say anything about needing that. Does it need that? Do I need those classes on this thing? Is that how it's actually like selecting them? Because I'm not using like a ref. Oh my god, I thought that was just like as a placeholder. That's pretty yikes. Man, y'all really did that to me, huh? That's just messed up. Does the container go here, I guess? Okay. Where's my classes? Embla. Okay, maybe this is a container. Yeah, I guess that actually makes sense now that I think about it. Because how the hell else would it know which ones to grab? Okay, let's look at the docs. To the docs. Calm down, Hunter. Quit trying to get ahead of yourself. Let's just look at vanilla JavaScript. That's what this is. An overflow wrapper and a scroll container. See, but they're showing this stuff here as if it's like optional. I can just style these like this, but it's not like a... That's it. That's it. Time has come. I'm going to figure it out. Now you figure it out by going into the source code. Where's Svelte? What's this damn action doing? Jesus, man, I don't need all this. Okay, so it does in fact need the damn... Oh, this is sandbox. Yeah, I really need to go to bed. I'm gonna hate myself tomorrow. I have like 20 minutes to figure this out. These are all just examples. I'm not seeing it look for these selectors anywhere. So the question is how the hell is it actually finding me? I don't want the playgrounds, the packages. Okay, I lied. They are doing some stuff inside of packages. Okay. Oh, whoops. freaking docs are in there. Okay, so the container is when we use the action. Shit. The node is going to be the emblem node. That's the container that gets passed in. Okay. So that's going to be this. Now, user container, I didn't specify. So maybe I need to do that. I guess if it's a string, it's going to like grab that shit. Yeah, okay, let's try that. No, it says Embla Carousel. Shitting me right now. Well, that was a bit painful. Now the question is, do we let the user override this? Probably. That was way more painful than it needed to be honest with you guys. If I would have just like, but the thing is though, maybe somebody who wants to start getting into open source can submit a PR to this docs, and like the only option they provide here is loop false. And so to me, that makes me think this is just going to work if I just use this exact setup. That doesn't seem to be the case. Unless if it's like an immediate child, it does it automatically. But I don't think I saw anywhere in here that like is string, it uses the query selector. Otherwise it uses this. Oh, or it uses the root.children 0. So it uses the immediate child as the root or as the container. Okay. Slides is now the container.children. Problem with our setup is that we have a damn div in there. In between the container and the slides. So I think if we didn't have this div, our styles would be jacked up, of course, but I think that would actually actually, I'm not going to use those classes. I'm going to do something different. I think it feels weird putting classes on something that could be a like data attribute selector. This should still work the same way. Okay. It does. Awesome. I think it's just stylistic. So we can flip the to be honest, I'm not exactly sure. I guess to make sure this is relative. Then we also need overflow hidden here. What's up, Pickle Rick? You need to learn a lot, Pickle Rick. But I mean, I guess, so the thing is, like, you don't have to learn by just learning. By just like going through courses on like how to do a loop, how to do this, how to do that. Like obviously that's important, you know those things, but you're going to need those things pretty often as you go. So to start trying to make a site, make a little game or something, and just learn as you go. And you start to pick up patterns. Because like you go through an entire JavaScript course on Udemy or YouTube or whatever, and you're going to end the course and it's going to be time to build something and be like, shit, how did I do that thing? Because you just don't like get it drilled in your head like until you just do it enough. And it's so boring just sitting there watching like concepts and just find something interesting to make. Not too overly ambitious. Well, actually make it ambitious, but not like insane. Something that you think would be challenging. Not the next Facebook, but you know. Like a good one is a matching game. I just struggled with that the other day, actually. Like one of those card matching games. I think that's a good good thing to learn. But Svelte is a lot of JavaScript. Hey, take care, Ben. All right, I'm gonna push this PR. If someone wants to get involved with open source or shadcn-svelte, feel free to you can actually open a PR against a PR. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go to why is it so laggy? It was so laggy for me lately. Hey, Mixed Nuts, I'm about to head off actually, but we just worked on the carousel for shadcn-svelte. And I did one of the examples. Whoops. I just did the main. The main component preview example. And so if someone wants to contribute, you can comment on this PR and let me know. So that way there's not 10 people doing it at the same time. And what you can do is you can open a PR to this branch. And so to do that, you basically fork the repo. If you're not aware, I'm not trying to insult anybody's intelligence here, but there's been people asking about how to start getting involved in contributing. But you clone this repo, or you fork the repo, you then bring it down, and then you check out this branch, feet carousel, and then you check out another, and then you create a new branch from, that branch, you know, feet carousel examples or whatever. And then when you open up a pull request, instead of pointing it to main, you would compare yours to feet carousel. So if I had something in here, like, I don't know, pretend like this is your branch, point at feet carousel, and tomorrow morning I'll review, or I'll do, if you haven't done, nobody's done it yet, the rest of the examples that are on shadcn UI. So the sizes, spacing, orientations, stuff like that. Yeah, Mixed Nuts, it's nice. Honestly, it's really nice having them. The tests are really nice to have. I mean, like, I even rewrote, so like bits, Bits has essentially all the same tests that Melt has and some, but I still don't have full coverage of everything I want to cover as far as tests, but they're nice because they allow you to make changes in confidence. That's the biggest thing. We didn't have tests for like the first couple months of building Melt. And every time someone merged a PR, guess what? It broke something else. We had to go and fix that thing. And then we broke something else. And it was just like a continuous chain of just breaking things. And so once you have a general idea of the APIs and stuff, it's nice to have them because I can change something without feeling like I'm breaking something else, given you have tests to cover your main APIs. But all right, peeps, I'm gonna call it a night. It's late. I gotta work early. I have an 8 a.m. Friday meeting, which should be illegal, but I don't make the rules. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate all of you all. Have a great evening, great weekend. I'll talk to you guys soon.